Hi everyone. Here we are again.
Camera angles.
Hey guys. We're back again. We got more rings to farm. Ah. Hello, you. Come on. Just you and me today, chill. Hey Trekistan, how's it going? I think I bet the Abyss 2 done, but it's a bit too wonky. Yeah, the end of Abyss 2 particularly is it's a bit rough around the edges. Hopefully you'll get there. Probably the worst part of the game. Game was very rushed when it came out. It came out with Abyss 1 and 2. And while Abyss 1 was mostly functional, Abyss 2 had all sorts of problems with it. Very clear that they kind of ran out of time. Hi Smith. Thanks for subbing on YouTube. Appreciate it. I like the idea of arena. Just that it doesn't seem to fit the game mechanic very well with how fortitude work and everything. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I understand why they made it so that you can't revive in the arena. It's because they were probably worried about people getting soft locked, which they did anyway. It is not very well integrated with the game. It's just the worst part of the game. Most people agree that it's the worst part of the game by like a really long way. They didn't have the time to develop it properly. I don't know exactly what happened at the end of Abyss 2. How they ended up deciding to do arena. Just ran out of time, I guess. Abyss 3 is even worse. No, I don't know where you heard that from. Abyss 3 is fantastic. Just people get upset because it's hard. They get frustrated just because it's difficult. Something's hard, you have to get harder. That's one strategy. The only way out is through, as they say. Abyss 3 is a bit of a... It's a bit of a wake-up call. Because after Abyss 1 and 2, for a lot of people nowadays, feels like you're just kind of coasting for it. As there are a number of things that are in place now that make those abysses considerably easier than they were at launch. For one, the two-handed weapon changes make two-handed weapon people extremely powerful, dealing a massive amount of damage. And for two, the healer class exists. So if you're using Camille, she pretty much trivializes like everything. And Abyss 3 is the first point where numbers get so high. It's a big step up, and people actually have to stop sometimes to get gear. And there are a lot of people out there who play these sorts of games who don't like to struggle, which is kind of funny. Playing Wizardry, since the whole game is set around struggling. So it frustrates some people. What about all the blue bricks? Congrats, man. You're blue brick rich. Congratulations. No, it's a very niche game. I thought Abyss 3 was cool at first, but later on it felt really tedious to navigate, even though it wasn't that hard. I would say the only part of Abyss 3 that I found frustrating was floor 2 and 3. It was just annoying to have to navigate over and over. I really love the rest of Abyss 3. The idea of saying that Abyss 2 is better than Abyss 3 is absolutely wild to me. But to each their own. Abyss 2 is an utter shit show. Yeah, Abyss 4 was way, like, by far the best content they've made in the game. It's absolutely incredible. They did an amazing job with it. You can really see how much they stepped up the game engines. And how much work they put into it. A lot of people get frustrated by the sentry mechanic in Abyss 3 as well. I really liked it. Even putting it on the same level as Abyss 3 is absolutely wild to me, dude. I can never, like, it's so bad. Like, even nowadays when it actually works, which it didn't back when I played it, it's so fucking bad. Like, the whole arena is a mess. And you have to do these completely pointless fetch quests constantly for the arena. Like, it's like, hey, we know you've got an arena fight coming up, but can you go and get us a bunch of carrots so we can make something for you? It's like, okay, well, I guess we'll just go to the grasslands for like 3 hours and find some carrots which aren't marked on the map and just lying around or something. It's like, it's completely stupid. It's like non-congruent. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They just had no time with Abyss 2. I don't know what the deal... I wonder what they wanted to do with Grasslands, because like Grasslands was meant to be... I don't know, man. I think they wanted to do more with Grasslands, but they never got around to it. I think it was one of those unfinished things, probably in the same state as Abyss 2. I bet they wanted to like fill Grasslands with all sorts of stuff. They wanted to make it like a wide spanning area. Yeah, I think that was a good usage of it, Raki, but I think they probably meant to do more with it before the game launched. They just ran out of time and funds. I bet they wanted to put more stuff in there, like the Monster Bird quest. I bet they wanted to put a bunch of stuff in Grasslands, but it ended up just this, like, featureless wasteland. It's sad. It would have been cool to have, like, some open world stuff. It was interesting. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the sentries in Abyss 3. I found them fun. I thought they add an almost horror aspect to things. Where, like, you got scared of the sentries. I remember my heart rate going crazy. Like, as we were trying to evade, like, screens of sentries that we couldn't beat when we were going through it. It was awesome. But I know some people don't like that. The worst part of Abyss 3 for me is the boss. I think the Gatekeeper is a really shit boss. The warped one. Probably the worst in the whole game. Just so boring. Yeah, for me, Abyss 4 is head and shoulders above everything else in the game. The production quality on Abyss 4 is incomparable to anything else in the game. But I do really like Abyss 1 as well. Abyss 3 I enjoyed. Enjoyed quite a lot. With the exception of the Gatekeeper. And floor 2, 3, very, very annoying. Abyss 2, I don't think there's much good to be said about it. I didn't mind the town portion. The town portion was perfectly fine. Town and the ship. But the second you get to arena, ugh. I think arena was the only point that I was playing Wizardry where I thought to myself, like, why am I playing this game? This is awful. This is so shocking. Like, why am I subjecting myself to repeatedly dying, like, scripted death and endless fetch quests, endless pointless fetch quests that just seem to be there to extend your playtime. How is the leveling of Fighter Origin? I think we're like level 36 or something. The chef fetch quest. The whole chef thing was so underutilized as well. Like, he was just kind of there. I wonder... I don't know. I wonder what they were thinking with the chef. Like, people just can't wait. They're not gonna be able to hold onto their socks at the thought of getting these chef dishes, which do basically nothing. Ah, cool, German. Auto proc if you were hit, yeah. I don't want it on here because I don't want it to slow it down. Even further. So I learned something the other day. Apparently the artifacts that increase turns by X amount are generally thought of bad. Yeah, they're awful. They're really awful. Yeah, your buffs run out with it. They are like reviled. It's something you have to. If you've got a good artifact with that on, you need to roll it off really. It just has a random chance to completely screw you. I think what I really like about Abyss 3 is it feels like a proper dungeon crawl. Like you enter in these undead infested dungeons, you work your way up into the mid floors where everything's been taken over by wild beasts and magical monsters. And finally you reach the top where you have like demons and vampires and shit, all of these like really heinous evil creatures. And I remember really enjoying like that feeling of hitting the top floors and seeing like the desert sun pouring in through the windows, and knowing that you had gone through such a long journey to get there, through those like dark catacombs and up through the mid levels. I think it's really well put together in that respect. I think that's my favorite part about Abyss 3. It feels like a real dungeon romp, like the old days. Getting to the to a new Harken in Abyss 3 was so satisfying as well. Because I remember at the time, by the time I hit the mid levels of Abyss 3, I really couldn't handle running into sentries. Like I had to be really like careful of running into sentries. Sentries would be a huge amount of resources to try to deal with. You couldn't run from them back then. And that would really impede my ability to be able to get to the next Harken. So every floor was like a test of endurance trying to get through. It was like very claustrophobic, and I found it fun because of that. Each floor was like a desperate struggle. But you plan the infiltration. Yeah, I like that as well. I like that. The story is fairly light, I guess, in Abyss 3. You don't interact with a lot of NPCs or anything, but I did feel like we were on a mission, you know? We were trying to accomplish something from the small bits of interaction that you have. I remember in Abyss 2, I remember actually asking at some point, I was like, what are we doing here again? I can't remember. I feel like I've been here for so long. I don't remember why we're here. Oh yeah, we're meant to save the guy, right? We're meant to save the guy, yep. But I never had that in Abyss 3. I was always just like, shit, we need to get to the top to save the Duke. Or the corruption takes him. The doll, I think part of what is so brutal about the doll encounter isn't just the doll itself, it's definitely the fact that you have to do the like spiral around the floor before you get to the doll. With all of the sentries, like if you couldn't handle the sentries, you were constantly fearing like running into a sentry. And you have right at the end as well the like Cyclops that's wandering down, or the potentially Cyclops that's wandering down. I think that's the first floor where you meet Cyclopses, right? Dear God. First time you get hit by a Gale Strike from a Cyclops. It's like a new chapter of gaming. Yeah, it's like, oh my god, that's so big. What the hell? Like, oh, this damage is pretty high, and then it's just like concentrating Gale Strike. Like, I'll defend just in case this is. Oh, I'm dead anyway. Okay. Shit. I can't wait until the next Abyss, man. Like, playing through the Abysses is the peak of Wizardry. Wizardry is like an episodic game for me, for sure. I don't mind grinding a bit, but it's really all about those Abysses. The Final Fantasy collab was a nice interlude for sure, but I'm very excited for another Abyss. I kind of doubt we'll get it until next year now, though. So much fun playing through them for the first time. Hopefully we're at a decent power level for the next Abyss. There's definitely a sweet spot. You don't want to be too weak, but you don't want to be too strong. You don't want to be weak, so weak that you're just struggling to progress constantly. You have to stop to farm a huge amount at the beginning of the Abyss. But you don't want to be too strong, because otherwise you just roll it and you don't get the experience. Ooh. Love it. One thing I will say about Abyss 2 is that Oxynaris is a very cool boss. I think that boss fight is actually really fun if you're not very strong. Enjoy meeting other NPCs in Abyss 2 and seeing their journey alongside ours. Like Gessie and what are they called? What's the couple called? Brain's gone. Bonnie and Clyde, yeah. I liked the pier section. It's cool to see like a kind of like almost towny area. I like it when they do open air stuff. Makes the world feel kind of alive. Obviously, it's some of the hardest stuff to do. Thanks, Awkward Pie. I don't feel like great CMOS today. I feel like floppy algae. Maybe, Zenzine. Maybe, sir. I'd like that to be the case, but probably not. Could be anything really for him. Guess if I was gonna bet on anything, it would be Shelly Alter. Ah, Raraki's right there with me. Nah, Shelly came way before Yeezy. And Yeezy doesn't really need an altar. Shelly's both a very popular character, and, you know, the mage class is in fucking shambles. So, yeah, if I had to bet on something, it would be Shelly. Two-hit bow, but it's fair. It's a fairy only bow. So you got to go in on the character and the bow. You're on Steam version and rank 328. I play on browser 10 years and only rank 303. How? I just played a lot, really, to Loose Cage. I got a lot of rank during the last Arcarum Tales event, farming the Militus boss. We must have got like 50 or 60 ranks during it. I think I'm 3T2. But yeah, same thing almost. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Tortoise. Top 1,000 in half a year. Nah, that's not how it works. It's it's like an account level, Raraki. You can get up to 45 at the moment. They extend the cap every so often. Every year, probably. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Don't be fooled though. I suck at this game. All my stuff sucks as well. That's actually true, Cabistor. Cabistor's found me out. Now, when there's a grind to be done. You just gotta do the grind, don't you? That's just the way it is. It's the way of the grind. Oh, Eternal Farmer. Ugh. The lowest point of the game. Unlike in most games though, your account level also gives you like stat benefits and things. So you actually get power increase from going up ranks. And the ranks start taking a really long time as you level up. To be top 300 in this game, Jesus. Yeah, I don't think that's feasible for me ever. Top 30,000 maybe. At a push. Hi Cyril, how are you? Pretty much, Sensei. Top 300 is like wall-to-wall play where you already have an immensely strong account. Because you're competing with the Japanese super players at that point. I don't think there are many global players that can compete on that kind of level in this game. Only pretty good. Is that because you're both good and very pretty? I was doing yesterday, I've randomly fallen asleep on my PC and didn't know what day it was. Oh dear. You're working too hard, Cyril. Maybe it's... I know why. It's because you... It's because of the stress that you put on yourself, the trauma. The idea of reinstalling Stove and Epic 7. It's too much for your body and mind. It all makes sense now. I can pull one time in Hoyo Gachas with this amount. Congrats. Thank you for being here, Cyril. Chili was starring on stream yesterday, for anyone who missed it. She was sitting on my keyboard, so I just put the camera on her for 15, 20 minutes. While I was on the treadmill. She's a star. When's the last day of Records of the 10 again? Four days, 21 hours. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 28, it's a Friday, okay. I guess we're gonna have to do our rank up relatively soon. We're over halfway through 3D3. How are our levels looking? Fighter Origins 37, Tien's 116, Neon's 115. So we're okay on that front. Hello, breadstick. How are you? How are you? Check out because no cooking today. Hot damn. I hope you got something delicious. Delicious. Hello, Chili. What do you want, rat? Come on. You're holding me up here. We're doing some high octane grinding. The top 300 stuff, K18, yeah. I would not be surprised by that at all. Touching though. Yeah. Hey, Three Buzz, what's up? Love to hear that, mate. How go your renovations? Oh no. I hope it's fixable at least. Everything that I needed to order came 3 to 5 days later than it's supposed to. I mean, that's not great. At least it came, though. Could be worse. Could be worse. Still waiting for bathtub though. The plan is to replace the waste plumbing. Can't do that until I remove my old tub. Now shit work times. Now, that's on hold. I imagine those shit work times must put a lot of strain on that waste plumbing. Zenzine asks, K18, is that more top 10 than top 300? That's good learning. Guild War is a real serious business at the very high level. Oh, excuse me. Just be good at the game, is what Kaedin is saying. Or, to break it down further, get good. Get good. Get good, scrub. I've been consumed again. Yeah, absolutely. Account sharing is off the table in every gacha, to my knowledge. Like TOS wise, account sharing is actually real bad. Now, most gachas won't take any kind of anything over anything like that. They don't really care. But GBF being as competitive as it is, I wouldn't be surprised if they ban people for it. We were talking about that yesterday, in fact. About how Granblue Fantasy is the only gacha that I have played where I know of people, I know multiple people who have been banned for doing things that they shouldn't have been doing. What's it called? Veramate and scripting and various stuff. Yeah, they do actually ban people for breaking TOS in this game. So, wouldn't take my chances. Spoofing their location to a Japanese McDonald's to get the skin. Ooh. Wizardry wouldn't even ban people for like actually exploiting their game openly and publicly in order to humiliate them into taking action on something. Most catchers just really don't give a shit. Hey Citizen, how are you? I don't know, but there's a reason why I don't account share in any gacha or anything like that, because it is against TOS. Like I don't want to stream that. I don't like doing account reviews and that kind of thing. It makes me feel bad. If you're breaching TOS, anything you do is bannable, really. It's their prerogative to ban you. If they want to. Barely alive count, eh. That's how I feel today, Sidasise. In good company, mate. In pretty much any game, not just gachas, in pretty much any game, if you break TOS, it's very likely nothing is going to happen to you, but the moment you have broken TOS, like, you are at their mercy, you know? They have every right to do whatever they want to you. So, I have no sympathy for anyone who gets banned or any other action taken against them for like scripting or macroing or using third-party programs. I mean, if you're gonna break TOS and get banned any bit, might as well not be with your own shit. Sounds like your friend's smart to me. Any bites currently retired. Waiting for any bit to have another manic turn. Then we might see any bite again. Oh, tortoise. A tortoiso. Where's this song from? It's from Oxpath Traveler. Can't be sort. I think it's just the battle theme. Oh. Yeah, well, obviously it was inspired by Honkai Star Rail, but it's a little bit different. They changed a couple of riffs to try to get them off the scent. Obviously. Hello, Chewie. How's it going, little sweet? You're a good kitty cat. Oh boy. Hi Far, how are you doing? NHL raids to finish up your Draconic uncap. Awesome, man. Are you close? One weapon left. Nice. I just have the Earth provenance to make. I'm a little dry on Damascus crystals right now. Do your laps. I'm not in a rush to make the Earth thingy. But yeah, we should have a bunch of like Damascus grain and stuff. We have a boxing event as well. Pretty much right after this. Where we can get infinite Damascus crystals. I don't actually know how many it is. It's like 300 and something. Phenomenal cosmic power. Essentially infinite. Ooh, excuse me. One of my new crew members is actually a 45 salaryman. Yeah, isn't that... isn't that Wonton Bear's friend? Hey, Rogers. I'm sure he's very nice. He got connections. Well, Wonton Bear used to play with a bunch of people, right? Before he got his account banned. That's trail music. This is Aiden Chronicles, I believe. Yeah, he was talking about it yesterday, Nick. He got banned for scripting. I assume he doesn't mind that being public knowledge because he was talking about it publicly, so. I don't know about hilarious. I'd find like a comedy show hilarious. Maybe a clown hilarious. Trying to say that was hilarious. I would neither call it hilarious nor a comedy show personally, but to each their own. We have a Gintama collab rerun next month, I think, in GBF, right? Is that next month? This is the month after. October. Month after. Nah. Not next month. Month after. I'm gonna be hot on the skip button for that. That's great. That's just super, yep. That is just super. Thanks, Twitch. Yeah, that'll be the mobile. For some reason, they put the ads over where the chat. Sorry, not the ads. The like offers thing, whatever the fuck they want to call it, alerts, I guess, over the chat. So you can't see any of the chat on the vertical view. It's a type of phone, I think, but it's it. Ah. Like a Game Boy breadstick. Handheld device. Sorry, a Switch. That's a modern handheld. Yeah. Kind of like that. But a PC. I want to bet. Hi, son! My life flashes before my eyes. Hello! Ooh. Howdy, partner! Excuse me. It's useful to have a friendly rogue around to backstab people. I imagine it to be like a nuclear power plant. But maybe that's not true. Hi, Hayabusa. Happy Sunday to you too, sir. Get him, gang! Maybe, Nick. Maybe. I love stepping. Level check. 37 Fighter Origin, 117 TN, 116 Neon. Thanks, Elizan. Super nice of you. Don't know why I'm looking for something to pick. I have no idea what I'm doing. My hero. How are you, Elizan? What a guy. What a guy that Elizan is. Living. Tried farming first 4 of Abyss 2 yesterday. Went pretty bad. I tried some more today. Yeah, it's just baby steps. Baby steps, Elizan. It's kind of like GBF in that every little bit of progress helps. Everything you do, like, just progresses you a little bit further. Before you know it, you'll be cruising through Abyss 2. Every XP getting me close to 30 is going to be a nice addition. Just wish I could open the chest without having them being mimics and the other half exploding. Traps are fun. You'll get MC Thief in Abyss 2. And that will hopefully solve your trap problems. Hello, Tweshwe. Tweshes. How fare thee, sir? Had too much grass though, ugh. That either means you've been outside a lot or you're very high. Ursh. Now I explode the Cyclops. Oh, nice, you got him. Congrats. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG in the Cyclops fight. Capture system is very fun. Yes. Very fun. It's just like Pokemon. Chewie! Chewie! Did you catch that furry ball all by yourself? What a clever kiddie. Wow, 80 gems. Things I do for 80 gems. Nothing. Yeah, pretty much nothing. Delicious hexacrystal. Oh, those are real gems. One whole pull. I am, Twisher, you're right. I am. Yeah, the chimeras. What's a chimera? Come on, breadstick, mate. Come on, brother. Got a new setup. Not really. Same one I've been using for however many days we've been farming records for now. Three. Hello, Chili. Chili, 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 chili. It's all good, Illusion. Don't put yourself out, mate. About the streaming set, no, exactly the same. It's conveniently placed camera. It's exactly the same as it has been. It's lower though. Okay. People always want lower. 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 Reminds me of Captain Zap Brannigan. From Future Armor. I think it's because I'm reclined. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Oh, like a Damascus green as well. are losing, paying big monies. Release Monster Memories now. It's not happening right now. Look, I'm afraid you're gonna have to wait. Sure does, Acumen. Monster Memories is vaporware to me now until it releases. Till we have a confirmed release date, an actual, real, actual, factual release date. How am I? Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. Not like a little off today. But nothing too major. That doesn't seem like a good amount of sleep. Seems like a very poor amount of sleep. Soul, how are you? How have you been? How's life? Tell me all about it. Thank you so much. So kind of you. Oh. Hello, Alex. How are you? How's life? It is the bug guy from Eminem. Finished up a house this morning. How am I? I don't know. Not really feeling existence today, you know. Kind of working my way up to it. I hope the house wasn't too taxing. Turdish. Turdish. Yeah. It's alright, we were gonna suffer through it, mate. What am I meant to do with you? You little chocolate rat. Yeah, well, who knows, Alex? Who knows what the day may hold? Who can really truly say? Such is the mystery and intrigue of life. Why is it called Records of the 10 when there's only 2 of them here? They should fix that. I know, mate. Put some real serious thought into that to work that out. Alex, am I right in saying that Spurs has already lost a match this season? He got trashed, not just lost. Rough. Nah, I wouldn't want to do that, mate. That'd be silly. I'm a Bigfoot. How you doing? Like, have you considered the Spurs be better down a division so they can actually win some matches? Surely it would be positive, the team. They built a new stadium, really, did they? Oh, damn. It's only one game, yeah, it's only one game. They were against a really top tier team, weren't they? I mean, it's to be expected. Waiting on a new shit drain pipe for the RV. Cool. That's a good time. What are you up to? You know, just like kind of existing. Making it from minute to minute. I've been through Blood Bowl leagues. This is nothing. I just feel like a little dip down a division might be better for people, so that it must get tiring losing all the time. That's what I'm thinking. Is there really that much difference between the Premiership and Division 1, really? I mean, they're both 1. Like, Premier 1, Division 1, 1. Pretty much the same thing. No. What are the good football teams in England now? Anyone know? I'm still living in a world where Manchester United is the best football team, you know, from like 20 years ago. Isn't City better nowadays? Isn't City really good? Thank you, Illusion. Sorry, I just saw. Just lost their long-term manager. Dude, it sucks when you have to find a new account manager in Gachas, so I imagine that is bad for them. Oh, wait, shit. I didn't know what I joined. Just there fucking firing off. Oh, I didn't get this bouncy yet. Do you need me to hit this? Losing? I have to hit it. People are hitting it, so I guess we're hitting it. You can kill it now, okay. I'll hit it anyway. I didn't want to like early burst it or something. Burst? Sure is, Mythic Foot. Thanksgiving has come early. Thank you, Elisa. Very kind of you. Get sad. Oh no, I'm just happy to come and get some ultimate memory. Anything, I'll take anything, mate. I'm easy. I'll leech whatever I can get, mate. Thank you. City, Arsenal, and Liverpool. Liverpool split the last 9 years. What happened to Manchester United? Manchester United was always like the shit. Is it because all of their players got old? Ryan Giggs, Eric Cantona. Ooh, Cantona, stick your knickers up your bra. Sir Alex Ferguson left. So is that going to happen to Manchester City now? Like, football and gadgets have so much in common. The Gooners always win. They're funded by Saudi oil. Ah, that is a good path to victory. City of the Whales. Yeah, that makes sense. Spurs would never sink so low as to rely on Saudi oil, right? Are Spurs the free-to-play team? Are Spurs like FTP BTW? Rich did it more reasonably. Ah, I see. No. Okay, okay. Spurs are like Dolphin. See, now we're putting football into terms I can understand. This is what we needed. So who's like the honourable team of the Premiership? Who probably talk about it all the time and like, oh, we don't rely on Saudi oil. We just love our fans. Any of the Bs? Wait, is Bournemouth in the Premiership? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Play Moneyball. What's Moneyball? Scout talents from some unknown league. Ah, I see, I see. Oh, so Bournemouth or any of the Bs, they're like Drecom. They literally just like speculate on things endlessly until something works out. They're very successful. I see, I see. Is this Bournemouth that we're talking about? Or is it all three of those clubs? Bournemouth, Brighton, Brentford. Any of the Bs. Wow. They should combine their clubs together and form the Hive. That'd be sick. Maybe then they'd be good. Sunderland. Apparently Arsenal has the highest value in the Premier League. And Hull City has the lowest. Hull City has literally 1/10 of the value of Arsenal. So Hull City's FTP BTW. They won the league, so all of their players went up. I see, I see. Spurs are 6th, apparently. They have a bit over half of the value of Arsenal. That means that they're 6th in the league table, right? Whole trash now new on opening day. Whole up. Yeah, I mean, like, it's like Apex Arena, isn't it? If your players are actually good at the game, it doesn't matter how much money you spent. No. FTP BTW, not P2W. FTP BTW is, you know, someone who's free to play and tells you all about it on a regular basis. What you're talking about is FTP Plus, yeah. I mean, if you ask Senna, she'll tell you that under $100 is just for FTP. FTP BTW players are some of the most toxic players in gachas. They're actually horrific to deal with. I don't think I've ever met a single person who tells you all about how they're free to play constantly that isn't a complete prick. They're really snobby, yeah. They basically wear it as a badge of honor or a crown of thorns even. They're like, oh, my life is so much more difficult than yours. I am free to play. Did I mention I'm free to play? Oh, I can't just go spending on this banner because I'm free to play. It must be so easy with the battle pass, but I would never because I'm free to play. Oh, can't believe your rating is so low. Mine is higher and I am free to play. BTW! No, not at all. I've just seen it a lot. Yeah, I've met lots of nice people who are free to play as well. Who never really bring it up, and they just like playing free to play because it's fun. They don't have the money to spend on it, like the disposable income, or they just prefer playing free to play. They don't want to give money to the gacha company, whatever. They just play the game. They make a fuss about it. They complained back in the day in League of Legends about getting ganked. Yeah, it's kind of the same mindset. It's usually those people are the same people who are like, oh my god, I can't believe they would do this to the game. I can't believe they would give pay to play players such a big advantage in the game. It's like, what a fucking surprise. It's a gacha. It's so unfair. Why can't my X be as powerful as their X when I spend nothing and they spend $10,000? Gee, I don't know. I don't think my last ex would play gachas. But you never know. Gachas come for all of us eventually. You beat a major in Mortal Shell 2. I don't know what that is. I'm supposed to find the checkpoint. Okay. Appears in the area after the boss is dead. However, it's foggy. I can't find it. I'm very happy that you've beaten the major boss. I hope you find the checkpoint. Yeah, I've had way more toxic encounters with free-to-play players than I have with like Omega Leviathans. Most high spenders are extremely chill, and the gacha community, the Western gacha community, really wants you to believe the opposite. You hear all about how whales like shit on people because they're like, oh, your account is so weak. But I've seen barely any of that. I've seen quite a bit of like free-to-play superiority stuff. Thankfully, it's a minority in both cases. I guess I'm repping Whole City. Football seems a bit different, you know. Nobody's really truly free to play. Whole City's the underdog. Go Whole City. Do you think the bookies will give me good odds on Whole City winning the Premier League? Very good odds. Because not having a year of little faith, mate. Whole City are a sleeping dragon. They're just waiting to get woken up. The second fucking Bilbo enters in with his cloak, they're gonna be up in arms. Be breathing fire all over the place. They're cringe with their tiger scratches. What? They have tiger scratches? On their like emblem. I mean, tigers are pretty sweet. What do the other teams have? Arsenal have a pair of fucking guns. What are they, American? Fucking dildos. What's Manchester City's? If they win, the fans pretend they are scratching. What, they're like, "Urgh." That's pretty cool. Like, that's kind of camp. Appreciate that. Urgh. I'm only doing that all season now. Tottenham have a chicken on a beach ball. Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, a tiger's way cooler than a chicken on a beach ball. Urgh. Ugh, it's on Facebook. You gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. Sake. Wait. How? Man, I'm trying to find a picture of all the emblems. The only good one I can find is on Facebook. I don't want. I don't want to use Facebook. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This must be. Oh, that was on Facebook as well. It's only fucking old people like football. This was on Reddit. That's not much better. But it is better. The fuck is this? Wait, this isn't the right one. This is the wrong league. This is the Northern Premier League. Fuck's sake, mate. Thank you, thank you. The Arsenal has a cannon. Kinda lame. Aston Villa, very national pride. Like, very, very English. Bournemouth, just a guy fucking headbutting a ball. Cool. Brentford is a B. Brighton and Hot. Yeah, I mean, a seagull is kind of fitting. Chelsea, which one of these copied the other? Oh, I guess this one has a fucking staff. That's kind of cooler. Yeah, Chelsea's kind of mogs. Aston Villa's. Crystal Palace. Why would you not have a fucking Crystal Palace as your emblem if your team is called Crystal Palace? It's just fucking stupid. I don't know what's going on with Coventry. It's a bit busy. They could do with a new art designer. Everton, they don't even have anything on their banner. It's just some fucking words in Latin. And something that makes no sense. FFC. That's the whole emblem. They are a multi-million, billion-dollar club. And that's their banner. That's their emblem. Why does is that even a tiger? Isn't it a leopard? If that's a tiger, then there's something wrong with it. It looks diseased. Ipswich Town has a horse. I assume there are like horses in Ipswich or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Oh, this must be no? Leicester? I don't fucking know. This is kind of simple and stylish. That's called a tiger. Then why? Like, this is not a tiger that is on their banner. It looks like a slightly impaired, like, leopard. Manchester City's pretty stylish. Manchester United, I think, is the same as it was back then, right? The Devils, right? Newcastle. I always like Newcastle's black and white colours. It's very regal and English. This must be Nottingham Forest. I think that's pretty stylish. Tottenham Hotspur. I guess this is like a bird for the region or something. I was expecting the tiger to be cooler. I'm not gonna lie. Like the tiger, this tiger's kind of lame. That's what happens when you use your face to catch balls. Yeah, like there's something wrong with this tiger. Hotspur's a cockerel. Okay. Do they call them the cocks? Please tell me they call the Hotspur fans the cocks. I'm gonna call them the cocks. That's Chester Cheetah's inbred cousin. The lily whites, but they're cocks. Dude, you gotta own it. The lily whites. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm kind of like disturbed by this tiger, quote unquote tiger. I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure my favorite was that. I'm sorry, what? They're what? Excuse me? It's controversial. Yeah, it's fucking controversial. That's fucking disgusting. What? Surely that's not a real thing. I would, but I think he's long moved on. Which is my favourite? This is the shittest, without a doubt. Which club is this? Which club is FFC? It looks like... It looks so low effort, I can't believe this. Yeah, that is absolutely, completely unacceptable and very, very British. That is fucking disgusting. They should be ashamed of themselves. Who is FFC? Fulham. They need a new art designer. Hull City also need a new art designer for very different reasons. I don't care if this was drawn in 1984. It looks like a monkey drew it. I think my favourite banner here might be Nottingham Forest. I think it's just very simple. They don't even put the whole team's name in, but you know this is Nottingham Forest. Don't know why it's got 2 stars though. Seems like they're low rating themselves. They're lowballing themselves on Yelp or something. I think any of them are super cool. I do like the like staffed lion thing on Chelsea. There are only 2 European trophy. Ah, I see. This is a very modern logo. I think Chelsea's might be my favourite. Just because the thing is cool on it. Like Newcastle. It's very regal. Yeah, it's very regal. It's very like old school British. It's a very serious logo, isn't it? Not saying that Hull City's isn't. I always had a soft spot for Newcastle. Yeah, just because the colours look cool on their kits. Leeds one is pretty bad. This one? Oh, this one. This Leeds. Yeah, because yellow, right? The, yeah, I really hate this. This is so ugly. This is down there for sure. I just googled the Jewish chant thing. That is insane. Football's fucked, mate. Football is fucked. Is it fucked as Gatchas? Definitely similarly. Kind of similar in the sense that there's way, way, way too much money in them. More than there ever should be. British football in particular is really fucked. Like the hooliganism that surrounds it is just unbelievable. It goes beyond being like contentious or outrageous or anything and travels straight into being extremely dangerous. Terrifyingly dangerous. I'm not sure if the same is true for other countries, but certainly England, bad. England, bad. Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? The stadium's one thing. I can see why people get, you know, really worked up. It's passion for the sport and whatnot, for the camaraderie in the fan base. But like once it spills out onto the streets, that's fucked up. That fucking tiger, dude. What were they thinking? I'm sure it's bad in other places as well. Yeah, I'm just obviously more focused on England. It's very hard to promote good morals and ethics to our young and impressionable when such things are allowed to happen. If you get sleepy, have a little nap then, Britstick. Get yourself. I'm playing. Can I log into Terra Classic Simulator? Has a private server just come out for it or something like that? Because if so, the answer is probably no. Yeah, man, Terra's a cool game. I wouldn't want to play it again, but it was a cool game while I did. Shush. It's Monk Comp for Sieg AFK sand farming. It's so nice. Cool. Hope you're having fun. I'm not fussed, really. Thank you. The only way to farm sands. You need Seraphon as well. You just kill Seraphon, can't you? I don't think sands are really meant to be something that you're meant to like farm out. It's meant to be something that you work up over a long period of time, right? On 10, the past week, I would say you're quite far from the average players, and the only place people actually farm specifically for sand is either the World or Super Ultimate Bahamut High Level. Makes sense. Probably because World is so quick. World dies so fast. Volume of drops. Yeah, nice, isn't it? Oh, on World, there's a high chance to get a Damascus Stone. That's really nice. Hello, Somnio. And how are you? Oh no. Oh no. Alright, we're safe. So guys are good. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great, thank you. Well, you know, other than existence. Existence is hard sometimes. I'm sure you understand. What are you up to today, Somnio? One of your days off? Lovely. Get a haircut. Oh, that's a real treat. Do you have reasonable short hair? Or outlandish long locks? My cat kind of afros if it gets too long. That's sick. You're not a fan of the afroing hair? You could own it. You grow it out and shave it bald. Reasonable. Less maintenance. Ah, you're a sous chef, so you need my hair to fit within the chef hat, or else. Hmm. What kind of food do you cook? You actually get to yell, "Yes, chef." Oh. Italian German food. Work with the elderly, so try to alter recipes to low sodium and easy to eat. Ah. As an elderly person myself, I appreciate you. How are you, Cruz? Sorry, man. I didn't mean to completely ignore you. My brain is just away on one today. Hope you're having a good day. The old-fashioned is the perfect drink for old people. Nah, it's a cocktail called the old-fashioned. Personally, I think it's absolutely disgusting, but some people love it. I also do not drink alcohol. Not anymore, at least. For many years. I'm weird enough when I'm not on alcohol. Dirtish. Shush. I'm sure you do a selection of mocktails and soft drinks, Cruz. Right? Oh yeah. See, there's still room for breadstick. Wish you know about alcohols using in recipes. I'm unfortunately quite familiar with a lot of alcohol. My youthful days as a British miscreant. Did British Koreans tend to drink a lot? Yeah, you might say that. British culture is like heavily built on drinking, on like social drinking. What's a mocktail? It's like a cocktail, but without alcohol in it. Yep. Mocktails can be absolutely delicious. I've had some very nice mocktails in my time. It still feels good, but not as good as raw. We're still talking about mocktails, right? I know. I was just choosing to ignore that. You wouldn't steal a virginity. You do worse things than STD, like getting into an accident. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it can be called accidental if you've had unprotected sex. I feel like it's a unexpected pregnancy, an unwanted pregnancy, perhaps. But I don't know if you can call it accidental. That's like breaking into someone's house, stealing their shit, and being like, "Oh, it was an accident," because the cops get involved. It's just a prank. scums. What? I don't know, sometimes this is just the way things go. It happens more when I'm playing Wizardry, to be honest. It's usually the Wizardry effect. I think humanity might need a reset at this point, to be honest with you, Twitchery. I think it's too late for all of us. Disagree, that's okay. I respect your opinion. I don't know, playing Daphne seems to have some kind of... I think it's just, whenever I'm playing something that is just like auto-farmy, right, with nothing to really talk about going on the screen, I think that is when we reach states of boredom, for lack of a better word. Seeing Yuzu's thighs make me horny sometimes, I see. Thank you for sharing, Britsley. Yeah, it amazes me as well, Cruz. Twitchery, you're one of the major sources of the corruption. You are the taint, mate. Sometimes a little dirt makes the place more real. I will leave that up to the user to decide. Yeah, you were saying yesterday, Elysian, that you like your Daphne's dirty. I was like, okay. At least nobody can claim that these are chatbots, you know? I don't think any chatbots are going to be writing like this. Elysian did mention that sometimes he leaves his Daphne's dirty for a little longer. And perhaps he should. Yeah. It just reminded me of Buchanan's base skin. Anyone remember? Anyone remember Buchanan's base skin? How the dirt looks on her base skin? I remember the first time I saw it, I was horrified. I was like, oh no. Oh, baby. Oh, no, no, no. For those who don't know, it looked like she'd just taken a huge piece of charcoal and rubbed it all over her cleavage. She's just unreasonably dirty around her cleavage area. Where is the GIF? I don't know. You'd have to do a deep dive on Google to find that, most likely. I think it was on a Twitter post somewhere. The Berg physics, yeah. The gyrating boobs. Ah, yes. It's a shame. That outfit is very cool, but like, it's just a bit. Don't get a choice to wear it anyway, because you know, can't be doing away with your surety discipline, can you? Chili, I saw you, little rat. Doesn't want anything to do with me. I would love that. I think it's probably the most asked for thing that I see from people, Somniate. So many people ask for that. I'm sure Japanese players must as well. So I'm guessing it's some kind of engine limitation on their part that they just can't deal with. They can't do it at the moment. They're probably like scripted as different characters or something when you change style. And so they don't have an overlap. It would probably mess something up really badly. Maybe they'll work it out eventually. They are aiming the game more casually. Yeah, they're making it more accessible. Yeah, it's got to be something technical that's stopping them from doing it, because they tend to include all sorts of things that people ask for in the game, and this is one of the most asked for things, and it's been that way forever. So I can only imagine. I can't see any kind of like fundamental reason why they would stop it unless it's not possible in the engine. Maybe they'll work it out eventually. If it were any other game, I'd probably be like, oh, it must be easy enough to implement. But in Wizardry, the code is so messed up, I'm pretty sure, in the game. Considering how much they break whenever they change something, it probably isn't simple at all. Probably end up bricking half the game. Now that we can see where we invest our BP now, yeah, it's such a needed change. People have been asking for that for so long. Oh yeah, son, we're stepping to the moon. We're going to the moon, baby! Is there a moon like Abyss 5? Abyss 5 is a jail. Well, Abyss 5 is going to be some kind of, like, prison somewhere. That is about all that we know. Abyss 5 is the gulag. Moon. Ah, yeah, I guess it could be moon. It could be the jail on the moon. That's true. I didn't really think about that. We're going to the moon, everyone! Yeah! I hope it's like EverQuest and there are cats on the moon. How is it spoilers, mate? Your uncle works at Dreecom. You already knew that. Your ex-girlfriend turned into the moon. Ah, rough. Yep. Sometimes, like... Sometimes your ex-girlfriend just has to save the world or something by turning into the moon. That's rough, buddy. That's very kind of you, Somnio. You don't have to do that. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, man. So kind. That's a great honor. He loves the DJ. Thanks, yeah, thanks everyone for creating such a nice environment. Anyway, says no, it's not at all. No, just happy having you here to chat to. Don't ever feel like you need to sub or anything. It's all good. Most of the time, I'm not even playing the game that you're interested in, Somnia. Profit sharing. Dude, Twitch has been going hard on, like, trying to get people to spend more money. It's constantly badgering Boone, like, every time he subs or something, it's constantly badgering him to, like, sub the whole of chat, or sub more so he gets bonus subs. Must be so annoying. Like, if anything, it probably puts him off subbing. Really shit. Yeah, it says if you give... Yeah, exactly. Like, it sucks so much that someone... It doesn't make any sense that someone is generous enough that they sub to a channel, right? Which is very, very kind, because it's, if nothing else, aside from any kind of money, it's an extremely nice gesture. And they are rewarded for that by a pop-up message which is like, sub 4 more times and you will gain 1 extra sub. It's like, great. The way to put off people from subbing, from like supporting the channel. I appreciate that, Twitch. You have it too even when you don't give subs. Oh my god, man. Trying to milk viewers for September, yeah, probably. Enjoy your flights to Japan, Twitchery. Oh yeah, the time is now. The weekly rollover in Wizardry. New Relic Breeze, new I don't know, what else do you get every week in Wizardry? Something or others. Gems from the shop. Yeah, new class change books. I don't bother myself with the riff-raff class change books. Obviously, I don't need such things, and thus, they are a non-entity to me. Imagine scrounging around in the jeweler for class change books. Oh, please, Mr. Jeweler, won't you please give me the class book change that I want, because I'm too poor to have it. That's when you had a 4-star flower in your relic shop. Couldn't afford it. I have had a 4-star flower in the shop and just haven't bought it, even though I have enough points for it, because I just didn't really see the point. Welcome back from Japan. I hope you had a lovely flight. I don't know if, like, an action speed Malice is really worth a few HP, MP, and SP. Isn't it negative action speed on Flower of the Abyss? What's the Japanese word for snacks? Is it okashi? Nah, that's sweets, isn't it? That's like candy. There's another one. It's somewhere close to it. I think it still begins with an O. You know, not actually, because you know it's in Japanese, but. Let me have a look. Oyatsu. Oyatsu is general or afternoon snacks. Okashi is sweets and confectionery. Okashi still counts. I don't know. Apparently they also use sonaku. They genuinely use the word sonaku. A loan word from English used specifically for packaged junk food like potato chips or corn puffs. The more you know. You use snack, but katakana. Makes sense. Dreecom sending who snacks? Me? You think Dreecom's gonna send me snacks? Use Okashi. Good to know. It's just something that I'm sure I've heard in anime like a whole bunch of times. Okashi. And Oyatsu. Oh, I know, yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. As well. Yeah, mate. You want a cup of tea, bruv? Yeah, mate. Ah, you don't know many things about me, Somnio. I'm a, I'm a questionably man of many talents. Well, I have heard from a reliable source that tea and cakes would not go amiss, so sounds like a Yahtzee might be on the cards. I think snacks in French is le goûter, if I remember correctly. Le goûter. Something like that. Le goûter, yeah. Je veux le goûter. How do we even start talking about this? I don't know. Who was talking about snacks? Drew comes sending snacks. No. Before that. Why do we even start talking about snacks? I don't know anymore. Oh yeah. Yeah. Twishby was bringing back snacks from Japan. Yep. Je veux le goûter. Twishby is a snack, that's also true. Toi, je suis et le goûter. What a life. What a life. I stop and listen to myself sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck am I saying, man? I need locking up. Game will undergo maintenance for 24 hours. Awesome. I'll give us an excuse to stop grinding rings. The world will be our oyster. We can do bounty farming. We can do yeah, that's pretty much it. Grind some bounties on Wizardry. That's pretty exciting. Hello, Wababoo. Wabababababoo, wababoo, wababoo. That's not a good one. Don't praise me for that. Jesus Christ. Just me saying shit. Oh no. Oh, the emote. Yeah, that is a good emote. I'm emote blind, Somnio. I don't see emotes. Oh. Hello, Not Like. Welcome back. Good to see you again. You playing some Monster Memories? What are you playing right now? You're a karaoke demon. I have never done karaoke in my life. Not that I would be against it, just aren't really any opportunities here. I'm blue, dubba dee dubba die. Chili, can you not destroy my hand, please? Every stream's a karaoke stream. Maybe any short bursts though. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman might kryptonite. Absolute banger of a song. Chili loves butt pats. Like one of my favourite things. He's going mad here. You were indeed called a snack, Toshri. And I think I would say rightfully. If I had to call it. Yeah, Tweshry's perfect if you need some cookies with your milk. Chili, I know you're about to rake my hand. Please don't do that. I can see you. I can see your posturing. You little murderer. My hand is not an animal. It's a Mike. Thank you. Is 27 attack, 28 magic, 6 surety, 22 attack a good roll for Relic Katana? It sounds pretty good. Max surety's what? 7? Oh, is this after full alteration zone? Full alteration stone is what, 11 max surety. Oh, it's one-hander. I don't know. I don't fucking know. You're fine. No, you're fine. Not like, don't worry about it, mate. I'm glad you won. Hello, Warren Nightmare. Stop looking so smug at me, Chili. You're smugger than Lulu. Oh? Well, because you got your claws into my hand. Hand's not a birdie for you to play with. Rascal. Poor Eva. What'd she do to deserve that? If you use Samurai in Wizardry Variant Daphne, you're actually a cop-out. You're a cop-out and a sellout. Same as healers. Ninjas are okay, but only Renate. Yeah, no, that's fair. The Relic Katan's amazing. I'd highly recommend it. Full mage body or couch, yeah, true. Mage is gonna be too strong when they do Shelly Altar on Anniversary. And Mage blows away the competition. Yeah, obviously, as always, when I use the term mage, what I mean is Shellarianak. It's just a lot shorter than Shellarianak, you know? The term mage has become synonymous with Shellarianak since Shellarianak came out like a year and a half ago. Almost, yeah. Shelly was first half anniversary. Adam is better at sucking than Shelly is. So, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, brilliant. Well, they had them in the game for a little while at the start of the game, Tricero. But then they like decided to remove them because they were too strong. But then they brought them back with Shelly. I guess nowadays Adam maybe serves more purpose than Shelly. I don't know though. I think it's a bit of a stretch. I feel like Asher might be the best mage as things stand. But then again, Asher is now kind of redundant. Because you can just Balefios things by hitting them with a katana. Not sure. That's more duplicative on light damage. I mean, that's nice. Better off not using Adam, though, let's be real. Yekka's probably the worst. Yekka's like a really terrible mage. It's just not great. Yeah, like wind formation, I'm with you. Poor Yekka. She doesn't tank. Shelly is a frontline mage. Shelly tanks. Yekka does not tank. Yeah, Yekka's only for open chest. I don't know. Mage is just in a bit of a sorry state right now. They really hosed Mage with healer. Oh, so Shelly's gonna save gaming. Don't worry. Don't worry. They can do magic offensively well, yeah. At least in the mage class, we're not looking for mage to be able to do that anymore. We're looking for a character that has like a unique ability for it to be able to do that. Maybe, Twashri, yeah, maybe. I'm sure that they will be incentivizing magic more and more and more because, like, they've shown a few signs here and there. Yeah, it just means people are going to spam Moment of Finality. Like, Moment of Finality is a bit weird, though, right? Moment of Finality doesn't have, like, magic hit. It can still miss and stuff. But it doesn't work with accuracy either. I don't know exactly how it works. But if something's scripted to dodge all physical attacks, it will also dodge Moment of Finality. It is not a 1% thing. Not true. Moment of Finality has a weird hit thing going on. You can and will miss things that are heavily physically evasive. I couldn't tell you why. It's some kind of weird spaghetti code. I don't know how the ability's coded. You remember the, do you remember in Oldcastle Ruins, the super fast sword? You remember what I'm talking about? That thing, you could not Moment of Finality. You would miss every time with Moment of Finality on it. Because it was... It has some kind of interaction with evasion. I don't entirely understand it. Yeah, it might be something like that. It has accuracy, but has a huge modifier on it. Yeah, the sword mob. So there was one specific sword mob that spawned only in Oldcastle Ruins. And it had, like, an absolutely unreal amount of evasion on it. For some reason. You could pretty much only just hit it by just swinging at it loads of times or hitting it with a mace. But with melee weapons. And, oh, also the golem. The golem is a more recent example of it. You can't hit the golem with Moment of Finality. On the bounty. So yeah, maybe it has accuracy and has a big accuracy mod, but not big enough when they have, like, infinite evasion. That ability must be coded so weirdly. I wonder if we'll ever see another attack scaling magic attack. Probably not, huh? I think they kind of fucked up with that. We level 40 yet? Must be getting pretty close. Not even. We're barely into 39. Oh. Right, I need to go check on the cats. I'll come back. Hit the treadmill, stop being lazy. Back in a sec. Hello, darlings. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling Clementine. You are gone and lost forever. Oh, my darling Clementine. Beautiful. Hey guys, would you go on the treadmill? You can. I mean, you can. There isn't a lot of space here. Kind of like pretty boxed in, but you know me, I'm always accommodating. Always trying to fit people in. Turdish! Yeah, we're walking fast these days, three of us. I'm bound to be at home, so I guess so. I look after my mum. I used to work online, lost my job due to AI, or rather stopped getting work because of AI. If that was your question, Sonia. I refer to the song. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the song. It's very common knowledge. It's not really a secret. I'm kind of familiar with the song, but I couldn't sing it or tell you how the tune goes. It's knocking around back there somewhere. Thousand Miles by Vanessa Carlton. That is actually me, yeah. It's what I look like when I don't have my VTuber model on. People ask me why I didn't pick a more attractive VTuber model. Just couldn't deal with the harassment. Making my way downtown. Walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. Oh yeah, and I'm homebound. Yeah, and I'm homebound. That is the lyric that I was trying to remember. RNG's a bitch. So. Yeah, it's just all RNG, Citizen. I wouldn't like... I think mining is bad, though. I think mining's fine to do when you're doing other stuff, but I don't think it's, like, the way forward for alteration stones or anything. Got more FPS from extract. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, the mining is not good for stones. Like, it's nice that you can get them when you're doing other stuff, when you're mining for other stuff, but I definitely would not be mining if you're just, like, looking for full alteration stones. That's fair to be, yeah, to be reasonable, Illusion. That is fair. It is quite memorable. White Chicks was a very weird movie, yeah. Quite funny though. Having farmed equipment. Mining for ores, yeah. Like, I mean, the mining is really good for ores. Kind of sorts you right out. If you need a whole bunch of ore, and you haven't had time to dispatch for them, I'd rather mine by quite a long way than run the dens. The dens are grim. The Earth Den is absolutely miserable. I could not agree more. I think they originally intended to expand the whole den thing a lot more, but they never made it before release. And they're too busy working on other stuff now to even consider it. It's like an afterthought at best. As we know, they left a lot of things incomplete at launch. Half of the game. I would farm that as little as possible. I think Earth Den is probably the worst.
we already assumed there were going to be more floors of the dens with like upgraded weapons. But when I think about it, like, there's no way they can ever make those dens compelling. And nobody is ever really going to want to farm them. And if they make them the best farm spot, then it kind of makes them pointless, because the whole point is you're meant to go there to get your ore. I'm then about to get Earth Weapon and Earth Armor. I don't know who told you that. I don't know who the fuck told you that. That is very antiquated advice. Even back in the day, you didn't need to do that. But you could. Nowadays, nah. Trying to make Earth Weapons and Armor is horrific. It's very old advice that wasn't even necessarily correct back in the day. Yeah, I used to see people give that advice all the time, and even then I'd be like, you don't actually have to do that. You will be fine without it. You may just have to take things a little more carefully. Supposed to be able to one-shot everything, of course. This is... Maybe now you're starting to get my feelings about the Wizardry community giving awful advice. And why I'm very careful about the things that I suggest to people. Told me to shelf your Camille, but an mage just... Oh my dear god, dude. Like... Mages are good. But yeah, exactly. Mages are good and all on Abyss 2. Like, the HP still hasn't bloated. But yeah, exactly. If you're not... If you're gonna be spamming Katina or whatever, just inherit it to your Camille of an Asher. Either way, you'd be investing into something, time and effort, that you're then never going to use again. And tags as well, probably. I don't think Elysian has got to the underwater section yet, Suka. But yep. It is something. The idea of taking a healer out for any kind of challenging content is ridiculous. Ah, nice. Perfect, Elysian. Ransacking through my account, I noticed that I have a bunch of these currency in the Ossuary tab that can let you exchange for general adventurers. So I don't have Camille. Should I get her? Yeah, probably. Almost certainly. If she's on there. I don't know if she's on the Ossuary list. But if she is, yeah. She's on there. Awesome. Yeah, grab her. She added a little while back. Amazing. When's a good time to use Shio's spells to change attack element? Whenever, man. Whenever you can exploit a weakness and it's worth you. It's a long enough fight to be worth the duration. Particularly if the enemy is air weak. Because she gets a huge bonus because she is air herself. Max Discipline inherit her too? Certainly discipline her. I would imagine you'll probably keep Camille for an extremely long amount of time. Unless they release a legendary healer that you really, really get attached to. We don't know, we can't predict the future in that respect. I say a lot of things in context that sound awful, so I'm not worried about out of context stuff. I don't think Shio learns to exploit weakness. No, what I mean is, you want to change elements to the type that the mob is weak to. You want to exploit their weakness, their elemental weakness. What was that? Illusion? Sure, yeah. I can't look at Imgur, just so you're aware. Anything other than Imgur is fine. Oh god! That is disturbing! The hell has happened there? That's nightmare fuel. Lana, you okay? She's evolving, maybe. It is a bit like one of those anime sequences where the character loses their humanity entirely and flips out. Good luck. Hey, hope you're doing fine. Yeah, you know, fine adjacent. The other day, I asked you, there was a good Google Doc. There's a guide to explain a bunch of the system mechanics. That they weren't, they weren't sure. I did a whole lot of digging. I heard that you could use this as a reference. Anyone that asks in the future, thank you. Is this just the wiki's new player guide in doc format? Because it looks like it has all of the wiki's assets. I wouldn't want to link to that just on the off chance that they don't have the wiki's permission. I'm not sure who it's written by, but it looks like it's ripped from the wiki. There's a new player's guide on the wiki itself, which is what I would recommend over anything else. That one looks like it might be a bit outdated. But thank you. I appreciate it all the same. You saw on Reddit. Love to see Reddit is just as useful in this game. Yeah, you might want to check out the same page on the GBF wiki. I appreciate it though. It's very good of you to link that. Oh no, Brutsy. Gorilla recommended as powered when fully uncapped. That is a little outdated from what I understand. I remember Umikin talking about how Gorilla used to be a long time ago a meta summon because of the banana buff thing that makes your characters ape out. Pre-2024? Oh, not that long ago then. This is from Arknights, I think. It's Dormant Craving, right? Got an Elder, Central Skill FPS. Any use for that? I wouldn't say so, not anymore. You're better off just taking follow-up attack off of him. Full power strike isn't what it used to be. It was a really great attack in Abyss 3, but now it's really dwarfed by the Abyss 4 stuff. It's a very awkward attack. It's like a hyper beam in Pokemon. Wait, no, it's the reverse. It's the opposite. It's like a dig in Pokemon, where you prepare for a turn and then you attack. But you can get like CC'd on your turn, and it completely ruins the attack. Hits very hard. But yeah, needs to because it's taking 2 actions. If you FAS a relic that's already upgraded, does it save the rolls from your enhancement milestones? Yes. Full Adoration Stone does do that now. But it will reset your altar. If you have the item altered, it's going to reset your altar. And the altar will lose its enhancement. Sounds like a plan, Illusion. Keep in mind that Full Power Strike is fighter only as well. So any character there that's not a fighter will not be able to use it. Just in case you get the urge. Yeah, may well do. I haven't seen the updated text on it. Probably the ones that can use, like, maybe Full Power Strike, I don't know. Yeah, it might be good to see. Cool. So, I imagine that Zide and Iroha probably get it naturally. Probably get Full Power Strike naturally in their 60s, 50s. I wouldn't know off the top of my head. They learn it, yeah, that explains it. Cool, thanks for checking. Thank you, Somnio. Thank you, Illusion. Good, good. You like Prish? No harm in investing her. Yoruichi is the only hope for my light team. And my light team is so bad. Yoruichi turns it from like a 0.5 into a 2.5 out of 10. She does more damage than my main character does. The God Hands aren't even really bis for her. The God Hands are kind of sucky. So the best weapons in the game for her right now are just good Silver Cesties, really. Quite often in this game, the best free-to-play weapon is just the best weapon. Same with gear. Gacha items are really not all that. They're like they're usually like a lazy choice for Omega whales for like Leviathans, so they don't have to farm gear. Yeah, indeed, there's no rush to get Silver Cesty, you can farm them whenever. Indeed, Somnio. That's one reason I was kind of hesitant to recommend Prish. So if the collab area did leave, some people would be left with Evan Cesty. Yeah, I agree. I still wouldn't recommend Prish to an average player. I think the only collab unit I would recommend to people is Zide, and even then I'd be like, you know, he's very much optional. He might be fun. He might be good for you. Prish is a lot of work. She is a hyperscaler carry. She's a whale's toy, really. Zide is an everyman character. Well, yeah, you can get base Silver Cesty, but yeah, indeed. Well, even then, it might not even be Abyss 3. Might not even be Abyss 4. You might need to do more stuff than just get to Abyss 4 to unlock it. It's pretty brutal. Zide is very plug and play. He has a lot of raw power. He doesn't need any kind of messing around with. You just whack a two-hander on him and he's good to go. You might copper and iron right away. Interesting. Bronze and iron, yeah? Zide is evil, yeah? That's okay. I wasn't trying to be pedantic. I'm just making sure we were on the same page of what we were talking about. Didn't want to confuse what you were saying for like grade or something. Yeah, indeed. You don't want to be locked onto Shop Cesty forever. So to ask, is there a way to have an alt on PC that doesn't... Oof, I am not the right person to ask for that. I'm sorry. I think there is a way of doing it. I recall someone going into the files to change something every single time they logged in, but I don't know how to do it. There is a way, yes. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. You have to like edit or remove a file or something every time you log in, and that saves you from having to do the code. No, I wish I could tell you in more detail. I only know from a person who used to do it, and I have no use for it myself. I didn't keep track of it or anything. I think they had 2 files, one for each account, and they swapped between them when they were logging in, and that saved them from having to do the code. But I couldn't tell you where that file is, or which it is. There's some kind of record on your PC of the last used code, or something along those lines. You juggle like 5 accounts. Oh god. Oh, Now you see, this is why nobody makes content for Wizardry, Somnio. This is why you're the goat. You are the goat. Gotta farm the rings. Not really earrings, rings. I'm so desperate for rings. John Wizardry indeed. So I always recommend Somnio's videos to people, because they're the only ones that cater to new players and have like honest information in them. That isn't just some kind of biased extrapolation. Haven't gotten a purple. Oh shit, man. I mean, it's true. Anyone who's spent a little time here knows that I don't really mince my words very much. If I thought your content was shit, I'd tell people it was shit. When I heard that Misty Catherine thought that, like, your Katarina or Adam or something was the best mage, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You got something wrong in your brain. Tortoise! Her Abenius said, yeah, because it's wrong. That's why it's so heated. I like that Misty Catherine does like a novelty team, and I like that, you know, she's doing things in an interesting way, which makes it interesting to watch. But because of the way that she's doing things, her views on the game are extremely skewed and not based off of any kind of actual testing. Well, to be fair, this time around, Abenius, in my opinion, was the worst choice. But previously, Abenius has been pretty good. Abenius is a whale unit. She's a high investment unit. She's a monster. But yeah, she's a high investment unit. She's pretty useless just as one copy. She's alright. No, I don't agree, Narkis. I think Iroha is at least a collab unit. Interesting, people may like her. The thing, and also, Iroha actually does more damage than Abenius. Because Iroha has inbuilt front row spear steroid, and she has the skill chain bonus. So she can alternate between attacks and she'll end up doing more damage than Abenius does. The second bit does. I wouldn't want either on my account, personally. I wouldn't want to be using either. Especially at low discipline. I think Abenius has a lot more potential than Iroha does, because you can get her altar somewhere down the line, and you can discipline her up over time if you pull on the bones, etc, etc, etc. But I think at face value, both discipline 0, I'd rather have Iroha than Abenius by quite a way, quite a margin. Abenius just gets better and better and better as you invest her. She gets really crazy. She is like numero uno screen clearer when she's fully invested. She's a monster. Yeah, Iroha or any fighter really is going to carry you early on because fighters are just insanely good newbie units. They don't ever really drop off. They just get outscaled by some of the other stuff when they get really strong. Abenius is ultimately the best fighter, like without any real doubt in most aspects. I don't have a real problem with that in Archives. I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think there are a lot of situations where Spear is the best weapon. And Axe is not as big of a bonus as people seem to think it is. But the idea of picking either of those over... Really, honestly, the idea of picking any of those over Zide as a standalone unit, or Redbeard if you don't have the Inherit, or Arboris if you do have Redbeard's Inherit and you don't want any of the other units, is kind of crazy. Like, Abenius and Iroha are really down there. That's true. Yeah, you get some cool like magic damage stuff. The main problem with that ability is it's very hard to control because it's a chained ability. So it's hard to get the piece that you want at the time that you want it. Yeah, Samurai is rough going early on. If you give them a Relic Katana, they're probably fine. It's the same with the Blade and Master collab. Samurai was awful early. But if you gave them a Refined Saber, it was pretty darn good. Weirdly enough. Adding a silver weapon to someone makes them a lot better. Prish you can definitely make work, but you're going to have to focus on her a lot. As a new player, you're going to have to give her the majority of your focus to keep her up. Essence of the Katana trait, what's that, sorry? Ah, it's a passive I made up, okay. Good old Twitch. Keep on winning, Twitch. Ah, I see, yeah. Ninjato were by far the worst weapon in the game before they got buffed quite recently. That trait helps to keep them relevant. Why can't I discard the item I got from the chest? So I'm having to throw something away from my characters. It's the way it is. There's an auto filter option. If you go into the options when you get back to town, you can filter out certain items permanently. You'll discard them automatically. The inn prices went up. It's probably because you moved to a new town, I think. Can't really remember. Oh, maybe the inn bonus wore off. Central Heinrico, yeah. Yeah, inn bonus must have wore off. Central Heinrico. His potential is wide volley, yeah, I think so. He is a good character. A really good character, maybe even. It's not really a weird thing for a physical damage dealer to get better by adding Thief. Yeah, that's pretty common. They don't really add Thief to a lot of physical characters. For that reason. Alright, has some AoE. Nice! Yeah, one of the big bonuses of bow is you can use wide volley. It's a nice one. There aren't really that many upsides to using bow, other than on a thief where you don't really have much choice. Oh, does she? What's her voice line? Dance move, that's cool. You'll dance with anyone, Tweshby, you slut. Your whiz banners are so bad. Yep. Sure are. Yeah, except instead of saying that, they phrase it as, let's celebrate! Here's a really great banner! You should all pull on this! Look how good it is! It has Yuzu on it! Other than that, absolutely not, guys. Plankton to keep the world fed, maybe. I know, unfortunately, there are quite a lot of newer players who have pulled on that banner. Because they're like, oh my god, I need Yuzu! Without having any of the details. Or looking into the rates on the banner. Disgusting banner. No hairpin, no ranger book. Just raw Yuzu. And raw Yuzu ain't that much better than raw Rene. Yeah, with shitty ass kunais indeed. Too many scum, true. I'm one of them. I'm a scum lord. Yeah, I'm scum. Scum of the earth, mate. Wizardry is the biggest faker of gender equality in gacha space. It's like, hey look, 50% male representation. Yes, but how much of that representation is viable? Enrique, yeah, absolutely. He's right up there. I think Gerard Olds is actually pretty good. Just nobody wants to build him. Who can blame him? Gerard Olds, in my opinion, is very good because of the same reason that the Relic Katana is very good. Getting a free attack down at the cost of no actions is extremely powerful. His inherit is really, really bad, yep. I like him. He carried me for 4 abysses, Guro. He absolutely carried the shit out of me. He's a perfectly fine unit. A 100% of my boss damage in a lot of cases. Maybe if he gets healer, sir. At least temporarily. Urban Mech, is that Mecharashi? Or is that some other franchise? Ah, Battletech. I don't remember much Battletech. I've played Battletech tabletop before. A few times. But I don't remember much about it, sadly. We are closing on 40 on Photo Origin. Let's keep a little eye on that. This is an urban mech. Oh, I remember those little shits. They're like converted vehicles, aren't they? That's why they're so common. Because they made them out of vehicles. Like vehicles and random pieces of metal. It's Sunday. I will leave you for Clock Tower. I think Clock Tower's at 8 my time today. That's an hour later. Oh, no, it is at 7. Sorry, my bad. I do. I hate so many things. Half of them are you. Only half? Question mark? Bit optimistic. I don't think daddy has the same meaning as it did back in the day in archives. Especially a young blood, you see. Do this. Psyching myself up for you now, guys. Now, it turns out 7.5 is a lot harder than 7 when you're used to 7. Sorry for my breathing. What's setting yourself up? You're having a hard time with 7.5. Wow. Is that because I'm not going to feel what you're packing? I'm allowed to breathe. Yes. Nice. I try to angle myself away from the mic. I'm on the treader. Yeah. Ah, that makes sense. No, the British use inches. We use pounds and inches, no guys. Generally. My treadmill measures in kilometers though. And miles, we use miles. Yeah, I see what you did there. I use both. In terms of length. Measurement versatile. But pounds to kilograms, I don't understand. One day I'll learn. Centigrade to Fahrenheit, I don't understand. Modified by 2.2 apparently. For which? So does he? Kilograms to pounds. It does, Joshua, it does, agreed. Not that you would know, sir. Unless you're receiving, maybe. I was gonna say, Celsius to Fahrenheit is like, what? 3 times or something? I don't know. It's not even that, it's non-linear, right? 0 Celsius is like 50 Fahrenheit or something. Eight divided by 5 minus 32, huh? The more you know. $32 Fahrenheit. Good to know. Depends whether you count daylight savings time, mate, and time zones. Ugh. $2.2. I'll try to remember that. 8 divided by 5 minus 32. Yeah, some people just still use 12-hour clock. We also have different definitions of where like New Year's are, right? This is exactly the kind of attitude I expect from a round earther such as yourself, Narcos. Hey! I haven't heard that one in ages. That's an age-old joke. Yeah, sure, facts. There's a big tree with a bunch of balls hanging from the roots. And a big snake around the trunk. Might be. Get niggy with it. How are you, Nick? You're empty inside. That's reasonable. Aren't we all? We are very close to uncap for Fighter Origin. Damn. Anesthetic needle going big. It's okay, new players get a pass. That's worse. You're an arsehole, Toshri. You're a Hull supporter, mate. Torus! Almost. Oh, double tortoise. Move 1-2 side stories for half anniversary campaign. The half cost, that's been gone for a little while. I was only on for a very short amount of time. I did get a good chunk of my remaining side stories with that, but like I had to do some of them without it. Doing another one. I don't know. Yeah, special present. Don't know what that's gonna be. Oh, now we're talking, Elisa. Now you're speaking my language. Oh, stop teasing me. Stop edging me on this level 40. Yeah, that voice line never updates. Level 40. Okay. In the east, a lot. In the west, some. Like, Final Fantasy 11 is not particularly big in the west, but it's still really big in Japan. Fair bit bigger due to 14 latest expansion. True. I did hear that. A lot of people had gone from 14 to 11 because of how bad Dawn Trail was. I don't know, Nick. Maybe for some Bleach fans, the collab in GBF was epic, but every Bleach fan that I know, who was playing it previously, really didn't like it, didn't care for it at all. But it was pretty dog. Kind of liked the characters, but not the actual collab itself. Made poor Boone quit the game. It was like the final trigger for him. He was like, I'm out. This was so bad. Yeah. I don't think collabs are where the money's at, you know? Sorry, for the players. In GBF. GBF has a lot of solid things going for it. Both of the collabs I've seen have been not the best. The Princess Connect and the Shadowverse ones were also awful. I mean, Bigger is such a scammer. He's selling me an elixir, but he gives me a healing pot and not an elixir. Nice. Yeah, he's talking in a general sense. It's an elixir, not an elixir. Two favorite shonen man are Bleach and FMA, except if the Yuri manga I read are shonen, I'd have to fact check that. I'm both collab with JJWF, but I could just go into the game. I see. Did you like him? Yeah, I don't hear Bellicourt talking about Limbus Company much at the moment. Maybe we will next month. Yeah, maybe. Limbus is an amazing game. I'm sorry you feel that way, Cyril, but Limbus is one of the best gachas on the market for sure. For a multitude of reasons. It's an actual game. It subverts the gacha systems with much more reasonable alternatives. The characters are interesting. The story is interesting. It has a gameplay loop which some people enjoy. It doesn't force content down your throat. It doesn't force gacha down your throat. Well, if we're judging being a good gacha by whether it's Hoyo or not, then I guess not, no. If being a good gacha is as close as you get to Hoyo, then yeah, Limbus is an absolutely terrible gacha. I prefer to look at gacha games as games with gacha monetization. I judge them by the game. So for me, Limbus Company is an excellent gacha. One of the best on the market. But I can understand other perspectives. I don't agree. I believe that gacha is a type of monetization that is tacked onto a game, and thus a good gacha is a good game with gacha monetization. That's my personal definition. But I can, again, totally understand why people would see it in a different way. People who, like, there are a lot of people who play gachas to pull, like, basically just to pull. And yeah, for that, Limbus Company's a pretty awful gacha. Because its gacha is bad, right? That's all that really matters at that point, whether the gacha is good or not. Good game though, support gacha can still die. Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, Limbus Company is such a good game that people barely even care that it is a gacha. Which is why it has such a huge amount of success. That said, there are still a shitload of flaws with Limbus Company. I think it's really inaccessible. Again, very anti-Hoyo. There is immense power creep. Like immense power creep. So your gameplay experience can be extremely different based on what units you have. Which can be a good or a bad thing, you know? If you're there for the visual novel part but you don't like the combat, you don't have good units, you're gonna hate it. If you're there for the combat and you don't really care about the story, which is less likely, but I've still seen it, you're probably going to feel pretty bad if you get modern units because they're going to steamroll everything. I see, sir. The gameplay's so weird in Limbus because I think it is very deep and very fun, but like, there are so many ways that it cannot be. It's so inaccessibly presented, and also all of the very well crafted mechanics and things they have going on are completely defeated by modern power creep. So it's hard to recommend the actual gameplay portion of Limbus. It's the kind of thing that if you like, you'll like, and if you don't, you just won't. But the story, the characters particularly, is so far above any kind of competition in the gacha space. It's like completely incomparable. That must be nice, Narcos. Is Xenosaga 2 not good? I'm not a big fan of Metaphor, but I know lots of people who like it. Crack to it, Citizen. Ah, the battle loading is terrible, I see. Oh man, the back of my calves hurts so much. That's an inhuman walking pace. Running or jogging at that pace would be simple. Walking at that pace, fucking hell, man. Oh my word. Power walkers are insane, dude. What's wrong with them? Jesus. Love hearing me pan. Gonna be hearing a bit of it. Power walkers are actually built different. Like, oh my god. Professional power walkers can reach 10 miles per hour, which is 16 kilometers per hour. Like, the hell is the matter with them? That's over double. Over double what I just went at. Standard power walker goes at 9. I will reach 9. I will reach 9. Yeah, 5 miles to kilometers is 5 to 8, roughly. That's the one I remember. I bet power walkers have long legs, the fuckers. Legs up to their armpits. Scumbags. Whew. That actually wrecked me. The back of my calves hurt so much. I really didn't expect that. Just one regular cycle at 0.5 more kilometers per hour. They'll be alright tomorrow. We'll walk it off. Hello, young Lex. We're grinding, baby. I'm saturated in my own sweat. I'm so sweaty over this grind. I'm swimming in it. What kind of masochist would power walk, genuinely? What's the matter with these people? Now you power wank a few times a day. Narcos. You've changed a letter there by accident. Little typo. What kind of snacks do you like, Narcos? Steamed broccoli, dude. I used to hate broccoli as a kid. I'm sure I'm not the only person here. Used to hate broccoli as a kid. As I grew up, I really grew to appreciate broccoli. They're not kidding when they say your taste buds change every, what is it, 7 years or something. Quel poulet aimez-vous? That might be French for what snacks do you like, but I'm not 100% sure. Quel goûter aimez-vous? Or aimes-tu? Dude, even when I actually did sex stuff, I hated that. Not for me. No, I met quite a few women who didn't like it as well. Not specifically from me, like they literally said, "Oh, I'm so glad you don't like doing that because I hate having it done to me." I think it might be oversold how many people like it. No, there's nothing wrong with it at all. That is absolutely not for me. That was never for me. It's not the one. I have tried it. I do not care for it. I'm happy to knock it. Hey, thank you. Hello! Hi, Razil. Relatively fitting quote. Thanks, Narcos. Appreciate that. Yeah, close enough, Cyril. Close enough. I remember when I lost my virginity, right? And I wonder what the fucking big fuss was about. It took me, what, like 10, 12 years to realise that I just wasn't really interested in sex stuff at all. So that might be why. I don't care for those things. Who could say? It's hard when media bombards you constantly with, like, you know, sex this, sex that, all the time, non-stop. You realise that, actually, you know what? I don't really need this. Show me your light grid. Yeah, sure. It's not very special, though. As the giver or receiver. It depends who you're talking to. The conversation might get more interesting. Grid, yes. My fantabulous light grid. It's exceptional. That would certainly be something that I have in common with the majority of chat, a fair bit of chat. I have not, no. I have not. Nor would I like to. I'd rather keep my genitalia and anyone else's genitalia very separate from each other, as much as possible, really. Life affects me anyway. Nah. Life ain't so bad, really. Definitely no worse to me than it is to anyone else. Whew. New Manaturas. Fuck Manaturas. We moved on. Relationship with Manadiver expired and revoked. They probably will make one of them OP. Probably the Hexa one. Fuck Wizard Origin. That can't use a Murcielago, can it? We got Fighter Origin for all of the other elements. That's all they're getting. And they're lucky to have that. Only Wind gets special treatment. Fuck Wizard Origin. And maybe it'll be really broken, who knows? Yeah, Matter. Probably the Hexa one, I would guess, right? Like, that Hexa one is going to be a grindo. People are saying that they think that it will be, and obviously this is total speculation, but it's because it's out of the Night Hound class, and it has a bow on the artwork. That's what they're basing it off of. Because I would say to people, I bet it's going to be more of a Hrzvalga, like, kind of focused class, because, you know, Hrzvalga is really, really popular. But some of the big people who told me. Yeah, true. Ouroboros is the strongest one. I mean, I used Ouroboros for so long. So maybe, what is it, Green Knight will be too? Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right, Razul? Although Hrzvalga is ultra popular, like it probably doesn't need to be any stronger. Probably. Just the other day, like yesterday or the day before, I think, CERN was using Hrzvalga in the Earth Odious and topping honor, which I was like, that does track. That sounds like Hrzvalga. You did, it was fun, yeah. To soldier, yeah, I would imagine so. It's kind of its thing, isn't it? Also, there's the other factor that bows have been dead for, I wouldn't even like to say how long because I'm a new player, but it's a long time now, right? Like, the last good bow was what, Hercules? Last real good bow? And there are not a lot of classes that use bows. Exofire, yeah, Exofire bow, There are like no bow classes in the game. It's like Kengo, Boogeyman, Robin Hood. I had a look over them. I don't really remember it now. I just had a quick glance over them. I'll just see it when it comes out. I'm not really too bothered. Like, even if they don't make Ranger like super good with Murcielago, I like Murcielago as it is. I like it with Kengo. I like it with Boogeyman for high level content. Like, it already has good classes. I haven't tried it with Robin Hood very much, but I'm sure Robin Hood would be fine too. Harpist Origin. That'd be interesting. Like, Harpist Origin will be pretty nuts, because it will be, like, probably a bit Rising Forcey, right? Maybe? Maybe not. It's Rising Forces
X2. What I would love to see is Showstopper. The show, just something that can use the Showstopper graphic, as it has like the best sprite in the game. Ah, I used to be really good with fire. On the end, normal effects. Let's see. I'll probably have to do Lancer Origin eventually. I don't know if I'll ever do Wizard Origin. I just can't see myself really using it. It gets used in a bunch of stuff, but I can't see me using it. The Lomness. Makes sense. It's a very front-loaded class. I have no idea, sir. Yeah, no idea at all. I don't get a lot of mail from Russia. Just brides, lol. Oh. Fire Origin has a pretty lame skin, huh? Maybe we can put on a skin for it. Look at that, beautiful. I didn't realize it had different animations. It's a bit too weird for me. I didn't expect it to be so weird. Let's pivot here. Are you liking it? I think it looks kind of cool. The animations are a little bit strange. I didn't expect it to be so into it. What is it called? It's called Vern Suit. You can get it from, I think it's a versus mode. Vern Suit Reeling versus. Yeah, RPG mode on hard difficulty in Granblue Fantasy versus. Right, folks. I got a bounce. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you keeping me company. Thank you for suffering me through dying on the treadmill. I'll be back tomorrow. It is a new week. New week, same me. We are doing this tomorrow, but then this is going down in the middle of the day, so I'll probably be doing Daphne as well. Bounty hunting on Daphne. Can't wait. Thank you. I will have some excellent cock towering. Thank you guys. Thanks Nick. Thanks Cyril. Thanks Breadstick. Thanks Ariatar. You did actually just get here. I'm sorry, man. Thank you Jakero. Thank you Citizen. Thank you Elizan. Thank you Drago Stan. Thank you Brazil. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. Yeah, thank you everyone. Anyone that I missed. Thank you Soka. Thank you Son. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Mwah. See you later. Bye bye. Have a great one. Bye bye.